action pets gaming. Chill vibes tonight, chill vibes tonight. Laid back life, laid back. No stress, no fight, no stress, no fight. Throwing parts together, throwing parts. Crafting all night, get ready to build, get ready to build. Let's make it right, let's make it right, gonna make it right. Let's make it right, let's make it right, gonna make it right. Get ready to build, let's make it right, let's make it right, let's make it right, gonna make it right. Chill vibes tonight, chill vibes tonight. Laid back life, no stress, no fight, no stress, no fight. Throwing parts together, crafting all night. Get ready to build, let's make it right, let's make it right, gonna make it right.
Let's get this rolling on time. Good Sunday morning. Greetings to all you travelers. And of course, all you builders out there. It's me, Kevin C. here yet again. In a little discomfort on this Sunday, June the 29th. Ooh. And I've got 10 a.m. on this Sunday, at least from where I'm sitting. I know some of you are still sitting there in the past, and some are even in the future. But whatever present you happen to be in, I do hope it's going good for you. All right, I pulled a muscle, my hernia surgery area, so I'm a little grumpy in that area. So if you hear me grunt and groan, that's why. Not just the old, usual old guy groaning and when you move. Might be shifting a bit throughout the stream, so pardon me for that. All right, let's get going. I'm still waiting on this patch. What the heck is going on? We've heard about this experimental patch being out there for some time now, but we have yet to see this patch. And I almost went drank my coffee, but it had that little flippy tab, you know, to help keep it warm or from spilling. I don't know which one actually really works. But anyway, yeah, so we've had this patch and experimental for, I think Captain Steve said it was like 10 days, going on probably 12. I'm hoping they can fix some of the graphical issues. But anyway, it's an early time on Sunday as per usual. And I'm not expecting too many people to be up and about. And if they are, if it's nice out, like it is actually today. I was out on the porch a little while ago. At least my apartment has a nice little porch. I can sit outside. And yeah, it was nice. It was breezy, comfortable, not too chilly, not too hot. I'm sure that'll change by midday. But for now, anyway, it's pretty cozy out there. All right, we are overbuilt already. We are past 3,000 parts here. I've been debating on looking for, and I'm kind of thinking I should just tear the other section out. Where is it? Over here. But I'm in that debate. Do I continue? Or do I finally just get off my butt and fly around a lot until I find a place that might work for building the next one? You know. So, I don't know. And y'all never help me with these decisions. You're like, just do what you want. I'm like, I don't know what I want to do. Because I could just keep going here, you know, but I don't like the overall environment, you know. And I would like to start an actual, like, just, you know, we got new parts. I started throwing stuff together. And now we have this, which is too many parts. It's like I thought, you know, we did a bunch of large things, but then I started wrapping these, right? And I think that's kind of where things get a little out of control. Plus, the floor panels always take up so much of your build count, which is kind of a bummer. Although, you know, I've been debating on. All right, let's try something here. Let's see if we can't free up some parts. It's not going to be what we need, but if we could do something to at least alleviate a little bit, then that would be all right. But the only thing is, when I do this, I just don't like the, you know, when you scale up a floor, which is what I'm about to do, to try to cover the same ground but with less parts, it gets very tricky to, because the part gets thicker, so it just doesn't always appear. I don't know how do I put this. It's not as natural looking. It's the only thing I can think of. So, you know, it's why I don't generally do it. But we're going to attempt here and see if we can't cover some ground. All right, so this is a 3x3, so this should go and take up all of this room here, right? That should be one scaled floor panel. And what I want, I was about to say, don't even tell me. What I want to do is we're going to do a scaled wire. And this is what I want to do in the city. And I think we might actually end up in my city, and I might start tearing apart and getting ready for Although it does feel a little better than yesterday, so that's a good sign. Alright, let's make a large wire, shall we? Oh, we don't need to. There's one right here. Perfect. I like when I forget I've done stuff, but at the same time... Oh, here we go again with the... So I try to get this as centered and non-rotated as possible. And we'll do the same thing here, but it doesn't always do what I want. It's good enough. Alright, so now we will take that. This. And we will have one of those, and it's going to blow up right in my, yeah, look at this, right here. Mess me all up. Alright, we'll wait. We'll wait till the craziness is over. Oh, alright, looks like we got lucky though. Oh no, did I forget to charge my controller? No. It should be charged. Alright, now, herein lies the issue though. Look how much higher this is. You know, so we're, you know, basically a 3-floor panel stack. Which, you know, again, not that we couldn't work with this. You know, we could definitely work with it. However, it does create some issues. You know, especially if you know, it doesn't quite fit in the area that you're trying to do, or if it overlaps into something else, then you have that. You have that bit of problem. So, unfortunately, I don't want to deal with all of that. But if you plan it out ahead of time, and actually, I just threw something underground, I have a feeling. So let's reload. You know, if you plan it out ahead of time and you start with the large panels, which is what is preferable, you know, kind of grid that out with the large scaled up floor panel, use that as your base, and then build off of that. And I want to double check on something too. But currently the snap point is also off on the scaled item, so but while we're here, let's try something, shall we? I want to see if we can we can snap a standard floor to a scaled floor. And as usual, if anybody has any questions, and I know there's not anybody here yet because it's early on a Sunday morning. Easy like Sunday morning. Sorry. Tilt back a little bit here. There we go. It's a little better. Maybe if I kick my feet up, that might help. There we go. We'll try that for a minute. What's coming through? Got some light from my room today. All right, now, and you are going to not snap, I bet. It's going to be, which is odd, because we're gonna demonstrate why I think it's odd in a second. But most of you who hang out here will already know why it's odd. Okay, so, nay, a scaled floor panel will not. Flurba-durba. But, for some odd reason, if we take a wall, like so, and we full scale it, we try. So this is where you would have to, now again, everything when building is always situational, depending on what your end design is. But, come on, get lined up, please. There we go. Matt Grimes is gonna trying to snap a ramp to a landing pad. What do you mean? But now, if I'm not mistaken, hey, look at that. That snaps. It is not centered. And in fact is, yeah, I kind of figured out, Grimes. Okay, so you're trying to figure out how to what? Trying to snap a ramp to a landing pad. Which landing pad? Is it scaled, unscaled? What ramp? Which ramp are we talking about, my friend? Let's see if I can help you out. I can even show up there if you want. If you would like some assistance, I am more than happy to help. But anyway, back to what we're talking about while I wait for chat lag. So I don't understand why some items snap and others do not once scaled. It'd be nice if when everything snapped, a scaled part as well, like you could scale up a part and it would snap to another area, a non-scaled, or vice versa. So and especially this is a snap point as well. It's just an electrical contact, but I would like to be able to see a scaled item that has an electrical contact be able to be wired. That would be great. So you're trying to snap a ramp. Which ramp, for starters? Ramp, or you could join me, Grammy. And we could do chat in Discord. Let me know if you would like. All right. And a lot of building is, just trying to take whatever you've done, and just kind of either add or figure out how to blend uh, those items together. All right, before I do that, what I want to do is, since now I've got sort of a technique for this, now I need to start thinking uh, salvaged half ramp to alternate landing pad, no scaling. Landing pad is on top of biodomes. Okay. What is up, homie? How you doing, Dark Hellboy? Welcome, welcome. I might be doing some RoboCop tonight, by the way, y'all. I got it. I haven't tried it yet. I figured I might start it fresh tonight. And also, and I've just been waiting for a few people to show up. Tomorrow, Monday, I'm going to be doing some R&D with Enra, and if Hellboy's available, you're welcome to join. Anybody is actually always welcome to join an R&D session. Just hit me up on Discord, let me know. It will be the same time. And then Tuesday, because I've had to work all week and I missed Zoo's Memorial Day, I'm going to do a special Tuesday stream honoring Zoo and, unfortunately, another loss to our community, John Barty. We used to do those really great walkthrough kaleidoscopes. So, I will be building a kaleidoscope on Tuesday in honor of my two friends, Zoo and John Barty. Both people who I met because they liked my kaleidoscope and honored me by doing a bunch of their own, and John by doing a walkthrough one, which I finally sort of made, but not like his. And we're gonna try and tour one of John Barty's walkthroughs. Oh, you're in put. Well, forget you then. Well, you got a laptop. You can bring it. Ow. But yeah, so that's and I'll be saying this throughout. As you can tell, we got we got that up there for our homie Zoo Gaming, and I gotta find out see if John had a tag too. But yeah. Anyway, all right. So now to get back to something. We're gonna, yeah. So now that I've, just created sort of this, idea, everyone has at this point. But where I'm going with this, I might just build this. It's pretty neat. Like, it's got some great views. It's just not what I wanted to do. It's just not what I had envisioned, Does it work? Sure. Hold on a minute. Why is it? What's going on with my controller? There we go. Yeah. Yeah, something going on with this freaking controller, and I'm not too happy about it. My one thing with the scuff that I've had, I like it. Like it for the, predominantly, but there's a couple of little things and this is the kind of stuff that drives me nuts with this new, and don't get me wrong, I dig it, but it's just kind of a hassle. It's that wacky, it's a dead planet. But anyway, all right, I lost focus there. What else is new? All right, but now that I know I'm going to create buildings out of these things. Double tap. What's going on? I now need to refine this technique so that I, don't waste parts as much. Some of the parts we're going to have no choice. We're going to be wasting them regardless. But because once we scale up this part, we're not going to be able to get at, you know, that particular thing. So, all right, let's get ready. Let's get our stuff going here. Got a cube. I don't think we're going to need it right now, but we'll get it out anyway. What's going on, Will? So, let's get one of these buildings up here. Actually, wait, I gotta do a floor first. So, we're gonna do a floor. This way other flooring doesn't get caught. So, 3. And I might want to go down a little further. 3. Oh. 1, 2. Right on that. To make that work. Sure, why not? 1, 2. Yeah, we're not getting that back without digging a hole, but hey, let's see what happens. And center. 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, definitely Grimes. I'd be up for some of that. I've been working, so I've missed a lot of. All right, no, this is not what I want, and I don't feel like digging that out. So, yeah, I've been working this week and a couple of late days, so and plus I've just been a little out of it, if you will. All right. Oh, wait a minute. I'm trying to solve a problem for you as well. We'll deal with this later. All right, so you're trying to snap an alternate or figure out. So that would be. This is why I like the cubes and everything. So let's get those rolling again, and I'll save this time. All right, we got that. Grab that. All right, so no. I need a distraction for a minute. Good to have a distraction every once in a while, because I really don't know what I want to do with this, to be honest. Like, see what I mean? I'm like, all right, that's scaled. All right. So, you know what? Let's get out of this mess here. Let's go somewhere different. Where did I put the teleporter? I think I put it over here. Alright, I need a way to get from here to over there. Oh wait, I gotta go around. Alright, we need an easier, shorter path. Jeez Louise. Pardon me for one moment while I adjust myself. Alright. I think I put it in here. And let's go to an R&D and add a different one. Throw some things around. And we're actually going to delete a few of these things too because they're just taking up parts now on the overall count. All right. So we got a regular landing pad here. I mean, an alternate landing pad, rather. Excuse me. And you want to get a ramp. So the easiest thing I would say would be to what was the part again? Hold on. Yeah. Salvaged half ramp to alternate landing pad. Okay, salvaged half ramp. Where is the salvaged half ramp? Right there. Okay, so we got a salvaged half ramp. And we have the landing pad. All right, so let's see here. And you said it was on top of a biodome? Ooh. All right, well, as always, you need you need your center point, right? So let's bring this up a tad. A group of four, okay. And it's like kind of just in the middle of that? Is there any flooring? Is there anything else? Or is it just the landing pad? If you want to send me a picture of what you currently have, I can try and work off of what you currently are designing. All right. So, again, you need your center point if you're trying to do some sort of particular thing, like this, for example. Sitting on a metal cylinder, technically. DM me a photo, please, of what you currently have. Or if you would like, I could try to come in and help if you have the time. I'm more than happy to, again, have a distraction today. All right, let's raise this up a little bit. All Alright, so the first thing I would probably do, Gamma Wolf, what's going on, is put in my landing pad, right? Off of, say, this floor panel. So, we would grab our landing pad. Thank you. Boom. Ah, perfect. Okay, got it. So, I'd say for you, for starters, switch to, you want to switch that, but you have a center point. That's all that matters. So I'm just going to do what you've got there. So you currently have a stack of these. Boop, 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 boop. Right? That would be up to Grammy. Are we still gonna... Nice, perfect. Okay, we don't even need to change that. I would for certain things, but because you have your other sides you can work with, you could drop things down, you could, you know what I mean, but cylinder will work. I wouldn't worry about that. Okay. So we'll start with that. And then I would put a floor panel here. If I were doing this. Welcome back. Come on. Trying to help figure out a way to have something look kind of snapped instead of just hand placed. All right, let's clear our cache. Let's try this again. This game is sometimes enough to drive you crazy. All right, and the reason I want the floor panel there is because if you want to... No, I'll show you here. Now, does it need to be centered, Grammy? I saw that, I know, and I really wanted to, I was at work, I just jumped on for a second to give a like. And then I'm like, man, I wish I could get, when we got building, And, you know, we first started doing glitch building so I could demonstrate what it used to be like. um, okay, it doesn't necessarily have to be centered. Okay. Cool. That helps. But we could probably get it relatively centered. And you want it to come out from the side? Any particular spot you want to start the descent of the stairs? Okay. By the terminal. Okay, right here then. All right. Okay. So what I would probably do here then is a couple things I could try. We could either halfway the floor here, right? That would probably work. We could try moving the floor to about here, which is probably where we would want to be. We'd move the paver over from where I started our center floor, move it over to I'd probably move it here. Just looking, nope, we would have it here. And let's just for ha-has, let's see what it would be like if it were a halfway point. Although I actually just had the perfect point, never mind. I think. One more time. So we got 1, 2, and 3. And then if we bring this over to our that looks good right here. So the third one over, then brings that boop, to our center point is right here on that now, right? Which is right next to the terminal itself. And then all you would have to do, and it would depend, are you going to cover the landing pad and just have the circle going? Are you going to have a floor here? You know, depending on what you want to do. You know, I could, you know, I would raise up, for me, I would, you know, maybe cover this with a flooring, you know, or a circle. We have a central, you know, we have a center point here, right? Or bring it up just enough to have this showing on a square floor or a circular floor. Wouldn't really matter. And we could actually get rid of this if we wanted to now, but we'll keep it for, you know, for fun. All right, so now that we have the floor panel in position, where the center point is basically walking right up to, you know, this terminal here. Then what I would do is we just need to do a center point here. I mean, not a center point, but we need to shift that stairway, which would be that there to right there. Right? And then if you want that to match this, exactly, Dark Hellboy. That's what I mean by You know, I like to have that circle showing. I like the animation. I don't like usually covering it. I like that bit. And then I cover the rest. So you could do that. But if you wanted, say, this, you know, to be right on this, gamma, I totally forgot about it. There's so much I forgot about when this game, like, originally came out. You know, I miss, yeah, I gotta watch some of that or get that patch. Um, and then if you want this higher, you just, you know, take your floor panel and do the trick, you know, and get this to the position you want it to be. Man, I haven't done a shooter style game in a while. RoboCop should be interesting. It was only $5. I couldn't pass it up on Steam. Like $5, and I heard it was pretty good. I think I saw Jason Plays playing it one day. I don't know if he went through and beat the game or completed it or whatever, but so then you bring this up to wherever you want it. Boop, boop, boop. Do a test right there. That should work. And then you just take your, go to your salvage ramp, and then just do an adjacency. These two buttons. And there you go. Ready to rock and roll. Remove the floor panel. And if you want, you can kind of clean that up just a tad by adding in the small salvaged. Boop. There you go. Pretty straightforward. Not too complicated. You know, and if you don't want that there, you get rid of it. Or, you know, you transfer over to the larger floor panel. Granted, you're no longer centered. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I am. Ah. Roughly, anyway. But you have your center point. You always have your center point to work from. But that's the way I dig my landing pads. I like that part sticking up. Although, oh, okay, I was just about to say, what the hell? Don't be messing with us again. Thought the animation was not working. There it is. So yeah. Can you dig it? Hope that helped, man. And then, you know, you can take this and you could either make a circle, have that be an actual cylinder going down. You could then, you know, have this, turn this into a building, of course, you know, by laying out whatever you wanted to do. I never dug that. Why can't you? It goes to this bit. Why not just do a smooth window with the black top? That, you might as well use this. Where is it? You might as well use this one. You know what I mean? Damn. And then the nice thing about all this, once you have that center point with your flooring, you can then take all those round rooms and, you know, connect all of that and have, you know, your walkways, your hallways, your corridors, you know, the um no, I'm very angry about all of that. Oh, whoa. Okay, blurriness. This is what I talk about. Why I know the texture shop. This is dope, though. I love this texture here. This is great. But look at this part. It looks blurry. Texturally, the parts look off. Everything looks a little off. That's all I'm saying. Not hating. Just trying to help. Make it look good. I'm going to redo Zoo's kaleidoscope, I think. I think I'm going to put this in there. Something like this, the new version for him. I should update him. Like if I do a new version, you know, something interesting like this, you know, I should update his and John's, because I'm going to build one for Zoo and one for John. But I don't think I'll be able to do both on Tuesday. I will, and you know me, I might not even finish one, but I want to do something. Yeah, they're going to bring the game back so far back that it turns into Light No Fire. Like part of me is like, just delete this whole place, get your parts, but the other part of me is like, hold on, wait. Don't destroy it all yet. Exactly. It's what's after Galaxy 256. As you know, travel further and further out into the galaxies, you know, time. Although it would be the other way around, quite honestly. Those galaxies would have formed earlier. Or maybe not, you know, it depends. Again, pardon me, folks, I kind of pulled a muscle or something in my area where I had my hernia surgery at work, and I'm a little groany, little adjusty today, so pardon me. We'll have to live in caves again. But yeah, anyway, there you go, folks. We did that. Grammy, hope that helped. Shabam, shadibaloo, shababada. And then, of course, if you want to use freighter parts instead, you know, do a freighter stairway, that's what we're kind of practicing now, is to mix the freighter parts with, you know, standard parts and pieces, basically. Which we've done, you know, in the past, but with the new buildings and everything, we're trying to, because it's not a building, it's a big giant antenna. You know, technically, it's a rooftop. But when you scale it, it looks sort of like a building. So we've decided to try to make them look more building-like or skyscrapery. Getting lost as you can call your shipment. Oh, you can't call your ship. Oh, that's right. I remember that. Yeah. So, man, it was so crazy when it was first going. It really was. You know, the changes that we've seen over the years with this game have been ginormous. Just ginormous changes. That's a little warbly. It's a little bit warbly. Let's see what this looks like in the middle. Even though that is off to the side. So what I might do is I might build something like this. You know, this is sort of the newish bit for zoo. Man, we have not heard hair one about Light No Fire since the last time. Since that one time, basically, right? Sorry, I'm trying to get a good position. My fault. My apologies. That's pretty cool, though. Where could I put this in? I want to put something like this in my new city, you know? Or kaleidoscope. Well, we have sort of something like this in my current city, so. Alrighty. And again, if anyone wants to know how to do any of this, just let me know. Oh, I think I do actually have a tutorial on this somewhere on my channel. Alright. Let's do a little scouring, shall we? Let's go looking for some planetary funness. Try to find a cool place to build our next city. No, Hellboy, I have not. I thought about it, but in order to do that, each single floor panel would need its own race initiator. So it would be very difficult to make. And it would be very, very part consuming. Because you have to think about the shape, right? So it'd be... Alright, let's go over here. I can show it easier. You know, with a straight wall, you have, you know, basically 3 floor panels per, you know, per race initiator, right? And then you need 1 top, 1 bottom, because it only does a floor panel's worth of animation. So, you know, like example, this, if you look, I mean, we got 1, 2, 3 just for this section here, you know, and then for every angle you would need to do one. So it would be neat. If you want to build a dome, I'll decorate it. And you would have to adjust every single floor panel individually to get this, you know, this effect. It would be killer. I mean, I would definitely love to see it. I mean, I could kind of visualize it, but one, I've never built a dome. Not that I don't, you know, couldn't. I've never looked into the technique. The last dome I did was also I then did a sphere because I had mods and I was able to just tilt the floor panel without having to go through all the wire work. And that's part of why I haven't done it. It's just I don't want to go through the hassle of the setup for the dome. I wouldn't mind doing the rest. You want to come and build a dome somewhere for me? I'll decorate it. Got no problem doing that. So go right ahead. But you know I'm going to need cubes. Well, I can make all that happen. Yeah, I could do all that. Be a pain, but I could do it. Trying to remember how to do a dome now. I know you got to do a circle, obviously. And then I think it's a center wire to a... Here we go. I know, I think I did one with like a weird technique like this before. Hold on. But it's per the floor panel, so... But with the wire center, it's always the same angle. Yeah, again, I should find a good technique to make a dome. Something simple. No, no, Hellboy, don't. Not in chat, bro. We'll get together soon and we'll just hang out and do it. Right now, it's just not. It's not a good time. And actually, I'd need my first one, which would be. Yeah. Because we'd have to flip that first floor because you need that. Right. So we would do our usual. And then here. That goes there. Thank you. What if I just did this? Would that work? It being in the middle, yeah, because then I could just do. It gets up a little higher though, doesn't it? Yeah. So that would work. But want to see something here. I mean, it may not be a dome. We may end up with another shape, but that may work out as well. Yeah, like I said, I'm just goofing right now. I'm just trying. Just see if I can create something. Probably not, but we'll give it a shot. Come on. Unbelievable. Glitch time today. Crazy. There we go. Thank you. Wolfheart, welcome. Out. Yeah, see, that's more work than I'd want to do, too. I just got to watch the technique on it. I mean, because that... Then have to go to this. Not really. We're just playing right now. Hellboy had to bring up an idea I had but didn't want to do the work on, and now I'm thinking about, well, maybe it will look maybe it would be worthwhile, to take the time. So, and then I just started to kind of figure out, well, what if I wanted to make something kind of weird, maybe dome-like, but maybe not? What would I do? How would I go about it? Some ideas, maybe give me some sort of crazy looking thing. And it's just because of what I just did, so I gotta kind of do it again. That's right, homie. Like I said, I'm just messing right now. Just kind of curious of what I could do. So if I did that. Right, what did we do last time? We went that. Use the middle. Yeah, I mean, well, we need the floor, right? I mean, that's the only technique that works to get that, that particular look. So we would have to use a floor, instead of windows, for example. Because I know how that would work for the windows, and then I would start using short walls and just do that. I know how to do that one. That's why I'm using this technique right now with the floors to see if there's a way I could do that. All right, so sorry. All right, what did we do here? We doubled up on this one, right? We did that, that. Remove that, brought that in, and I know we don't have to do this, but I can't see it in my mind at the moment, so give me a minute. Not enough coffee. Then we brought that down. Right? Yeah. Or did we use this? No, we used the top one. But yeah, we brought that down. And again, I, usually try to refine these things as I go, later on. Once I figure it out. So then we did this with the pyramid. Created that. Well, egg shape, I made those years ago. But I did it with Windows. So, yeah, the prefab window. Y'all know my seed, the egg, whatever you want to call it at this point. All right, so then we added that cube back. Got our angle. We could drop that, right? But we'd have to bring that in now. Yes, okay, yeah, we need to simplify this. This is not worthwhile. This is more work than we need to do. We can already see it. All right, and bring this back. Yeah, we don't need to move it. I don't think. I think we can just do it the normal way. We do that. Freaking controller. Flip, 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 flip. And then we want to do that, that, that. And that, that. And that should give us our next sort of angle. Boom, boom. Yeah, I mean, that works. Right, but unfortunately, to get that look, it doesn't work with a wall, That is the unfortunate bit. The only way to get this effect is to use the floor. So I have to kind of figure out a way to make it do what I want with the floor. This seems to be working. I mean, I still have the original one, matter of fact. Because I can do this, which is always fun. Let's see if I can't bring that up. The original, which was also, oh wow, I might even have one where I'm building the thing. That would be kind of neat. Let me see if I can't find it. There we go. Where are you? There you are. All right. Oh, no, no, no. So for those of you who have never seen this before, this is the original Atlas seed that I built on a planet that Kibbles had, and JC Hysteria did the video for me. For those of you who have not seen it, and I haven't seen it in a while, to be honest, so I'm kind of curious to see it. And this is back when the terbium growth spun. Yes, do you get to see the terbium growth? And this was done with tear glitching. None of this new fancy stuff. Excuse me. This was all done with tear glitching. A pill light and sore thumb and a green state. You can tell this was older just by looking at the foliage and the colors. This was the very first one that I did. So, and then they became more shaped of an egg, or, you know, but anyway. Man, I miss the spinning terbium growth. I do. Man. Memories. All right, where was I on this? All right, let's get back into that. Crusty Boot. Welcome. Chrissy, I was just, earlier I was saying that tomorrow I'm going to be doing some R&D with Enra. Hellboy's on vacation somewhere all nice. But I'm going to be doing some R&D with Enra, and then Tuesday, because I had to work this week on, Jews Memorial and everything, and then I'm going to build a kaleidoscope for both John Vardy and for Zoo. I'm going to actually redo the kaleidoscope at Zoo's Memorial. Excuse me. And I think what I might try and do is freshen up that build every year, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. All right. Anyway, back to this mess. I just want to see where we end up here with this, because this is going to end up. I'm just curious to see what we get. And actually, let's not do the double. Although I'm probably going to have to, just because there are finite differences when you do this sort of stuff. All right, sorry. And for those of you who are just joining and wonder why I keep like moving around and groaning, I pulled a muscle or something in the area where I had my hernia surgery. I believe I did it at work, so I'm a little bit sore. So pardon me for my groaning. Not my normal old guy groans, as I was saying earlier, but I might be moving and shifting a lot. Alright, so if I do it this way, I just got to bring it down. Right? Why did it matter that we did it the other way? I'm just trying to bear with me, folks. Again, I need to make a dome of floors, so I need to figure out how to do that. And I've never watched a tutorial on it, so I'm just trying to figure something out. Because we're probably going to have a feeling we're going to need to be wider, because we have not flipped over yet to flat. I think would be the one after this, but it could be wrong. Or we do a weird little kaleidoscope in the middle when you look up. Or down, depending on if we want the animation on the outside of the dome or the animation on the inside of the dome. And if we want it on both sides of the dome, both interior and exterior, no. The amount of work I can already visualize for that would be ridiculous. I would have to do, pick a side, interior or exterior. I would say interior while you're in it would be the coolest view. All right. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to, this is what happens when you're trying to figure something out. You don't know what you're doing, so you got to take a minute to think about it. Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking. And this is why I like that mod, where I could just, we'd be done by now. We'd have a dome. And I'd be starting to decorate. All right. I'm just trying to cut my work down, too, and see if I can. So before we were bringing it here, but that doesn't make sense because that's not in the middle. So I do need to move it that way, because I don't need my snap point here. I need it here at the edge. So yes, we do need to do that. Okay. So pow. 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 Shazam. Shazam. Bring that to the middle. That down. Then take that. Turn it into the wire. Bring it to the center. Connect. Connect you to the wire. Cube to the wire. Which at the moment is freaking trying to find your connection point is ridiculous. That gets you your new angle. Which then we bring the cube down because we had to halfway it. We would then take the paver. Pop. Ah. You, get over here. Why are you sitting away from everybody? Around the party. Alright. Then we take the paver. Drop that in, drop that over. Take the floor. Boom. We would have to go out one more. We're gonna have a fold over. And then that. Yeah, we gotta go out one more. Yep. And we're gonna have to move all this crap. Again. And I think in order to close this up, we're gonna have to make it a bigger circle. But we'll see. Yeah, we are. Damn you. I hate you, Hellboy. Flipping at her. Alright, well, we've already started this. We might as well keep going. Then what do we do again? Yeah, because we need this angle, so we need to... We need to bring in the cube. Because the snap point is being a pain. Once the cube is there, gotta bring that down. And we gotta get the paver again. And now you got, I know there's an easy way to do this. I gotta think there is. Wait a minute, did I screw something up? I might have. No, I didn't. I mean, very well the possibility of me screwing it up is there. I mean, we know this, but I did not this time. And then that should give us, yeah, and then we got one more that should get us flat, right? All right, so we got to move it out one, which means we got to make 32. Which I'm only set up for a 16. And actually, I think we would have to go out maybe 2 more, but I don't know. I'd have to do the measuring on that. Why does my controller keep shutting off? Pardon me for a moment, folks. Ah, there's a firmware update for my controller. That would explain a few things. I thought there might be. But my controller keeps shutting off. Like randomly. And I don't even think I have it in energy saver mode, to be honest. All right. I offer this up. If somebody wants to build the sphere out of floor panels, I should just install the freaking mods. But I don't want to right now because I'm still working on the old city. And, you know, most of what I do here is meant for anybody to be able to do, not with mods. You know, that's why I do it without mods. But at times like this, at least that particular mod would be nice to have installed. But once I get modding, it's like I want all the good extra parts, you know. And with these new things, Sergeant Belson, what's going on? So yeah, if anyone wants to go through the trouble of building me a sphere of floors, I will begrudgingly, but somewhat willingly, decorate it. But before doing so, we have to find a space for you to, you know, to put it. Actually, this planet might be worthwhile. I would delete this base and... These stars. Hey, what's going on? The challenge accepted? Right on. Hit me up on Discord. Ah, man. I didn't realize that was so... You have an APG? All right, so this works. It would just be time consuming. I would have to go into this. Would be mind numbing. If I didn't have to work to survive, and I could do this to survive, all right, what is a quicker way to do this? How can I do this in a faster fashion? And still have this good scene. Yeah, you're definitely correct. You know what I could do? Uh-huh. All right, let's get to see where we're flat. And then we're going to have to figure out where, you know, how many floor panels we need to move out in order to make this work. All right, so, all right, let's get this again. So we go here. Oh, right. Then we grab that. Oh, no. Grab the cube. Double up. CUNY, what's going on? grab the cube, bring it half. Grab that. Down. Get rid of that. And there is, oh no, and we actually go past flat. Ah. Uh-huh. Do we ever make it to flat? So this would just be an arc. Okay, so no. We'd have to start with our center point and work down. Right on, Wolfheart. Alright, so we need to do a dome of floor panels. Which this is not wide enough. That's part of it. What's the other part? Or is it just a question of doing this? Am I being like way out of... Come on. Clear. Thank you. No time. But then that shifts over though, right? Yeah. The electrical contact being off. Well, that's... Alright. A dome of floors. How are we going to do that? How are we going to do that? That's... We were kind of there. We weren't 100% there. So it would be half a circle, or, you know, half of a sphere, basically. But not really, because I'm not going to figure out the math to this right now. We're definitely looking at a minimum, I think, at 32, though. And I am not set up for that over here. So, I know domes, I've seen most of them with... The domes I've seen done with, like, you know, window walls. The spheres I've seen with both. But obviously I need flooring. You out of here, Gamma? Alright. Use a large hydroponic table in the middle. That way you have 4 wire points to pull. Use universal architecture from the floor panel back to the table. I mean, because if we could do this in a dome shape, that would be pretty snazzy. Actually, how do we make a geodesic dome? How do we take this shape and make... Where's Crisscross? That boy got the math head with the wires. Couldn't we do a geodesic dome with this shape? Boom, 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 right? But again, how would I... Is that... Did I only make that? Yeah, there's all the missing parts. Darn it. Well, hold on. Maybe I can... Although if I do it here, I'm going to eventually run out of... I mean, I'm going to have to delete something here. Not that it's a big deal. It's just circles with stuff. Alright, good. We still got the wire. Perfect. One, two. Wait a minute. Yes. Are we going to bump into something? Camera seems a little wild. YouTube. Dropping frames like crazy for some reason. Let me know if I'm still... Give me a moment. Alright, I'm still going. Alright. Sorry. There was an update on OBS today, and now YouTube's being funky. Yeah, I don't know why I'm doing this here. I really don't. Well, because I don't have to build the whole thing. I'm just trying to figure out how to do part of it. But really, I only need to do... Uh-huh. Alright. We can't go out this distance because we're going to have a split. So... And that's essentially, what, the same distance as if we were to do a 16, correct? Or was the 16 just out to... Is that 2 and 1? Yeah, 1, 2. Yeah, okay, never mind. Alright. Alright. Actually, we don't even need this one right now. Don't need the others either, but you have to start somewhere. Alright, so when we did the other one, we never made it to a flat plane. So... I'm sure someone must have done a geodesic dome. It would have to be pretty big though, wouldn't it? Well, not if you did it with small floor panels, but that wouldn't work either. Man, how would you do that in a non-modded way? That would be very difficult, wouldn't it? Crisscross must have been doing that. He must have already had one done. I'll have to ask him. Alright, this is going to be crazy for me to try to figure out here. Boo-doo-boo. The only other way I can think about doing it is I would have to build a circle per, you know, thing. And how big does it need to be with floor panels? Do I need to go larger than this scale? Because I kind of know how to do that, but not really. And would I start maybe in the middle? A floor panel in the middle at that side here. I'd rather not. I'd rather have it start with a full bit. But I don't know if that... And it would be... Yeah, no. All right. What do we do? Yeah, because we want, like, you know, we want to be able to have a ring that is, you know, fully... I'm just, like, taking this. I want to... Basically, I want to kind of take this, but then cap it. Like, how do we cap it from here? Then I'm going to have to go through all that work again. What if... I don't think that's going to be... Yeah, no. Too much mental thought. We need to just go and do something that isn't going to require me to think this much. Because that just doesn't seem like fun to me right now. Alright. Oh, I thought so. I thought I'd been sitting here a little bit long. It is break time. We are going to head back on over to the city R&D. Yeah, I'm like, I just don't want to deal with it. Like I said, if somebody wants to do that for me, go right ahead, build that dome. You know, but I would like to pick the place. But it doesn't really matter. No, it's about the dome. Just I'll have to look at a tutorial and then debate on the amount of time I think it may take. Because, you know, for somebody who is retired or young or, you know, isn't worried about paying rent on some level, or who does this for a living. Yeah, you know where I'm going with this. It might take me longer than the average. I never checked. Oh, it's not going to work anyway, but yeah, bummer. Although. Hello? Okay, here's one of those problems. I'm in my base. Yet, for some reason, I cannot build, right? My base. Oh, there we go. All right, now, we know I should be able to build right here, obviously. But currently I cannot. So, I have a feeling this is going to be an overbuild. Yep. Yep. Wolfhard, just leave me the glyphs and I will take a look. I will go visit. But right now I am trying to just kind of do this, and I actually need to take a break. My coffee is gross. My area is not having fun. And I'm trying to debate whether or not I want to take the time and you know, expand upon this, which I just might. I mean, it's already here at this point. Or go and look for what I would really like to do, and no worries, Wolf. Yeah, and I got to make sure I got a portal to get to it, etc., etc. I'm not too worried about it right now, honestly. I will speak with you about it, and we'll figure it out. I do not want to stress about too much today. That's why I'm like, yeah, that's way too much thought power to do that other stuff. So now I'm thinking, if we expand on this, you know, how am I gonna work that? Oop. I think I just had an idea of what we could start. All right, I'm going to take a little breather. That way we can do this a little bit longer today. For those of you who got to get going, thank you for stopping in and spending some time here. I do appreciate it. If you haven't already, don't forget to hit that like, subscribe, leave a comment, all that jazz. For those of you who are sticking around, you know what I'm going to say. Peel the peepers away from the screen. Get up, stretch out, grab a bev, do a bio break, whatever you got to do. We'll see you in a few. All right, y'all. Be right back as soon as I find the button. Oh, really? Wow.
Clouds roll in, it's a mellow scene. Lights flicker soft like a faded Laser beams cut through the rain. Easy vibes drifting like a train. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Raindrops tap, not a soul around. Everything's still and my mind's unwound. Shapes in the mist, colors so bright. Nip, nip haze, feels like midnight. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Clouds roll in, it's a mellow scene. Lights flicker soft like a faded dream. Laser beams cut through the rain. Easy vibes drifting like a train. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow.
All right, we're back. Whew. Did it after Frontier. Wow. Yeah. All right, do I continue this mess or do I look? Let's go look a little bit. Let's do some exploration, and then we'll get back to some building. We need to find. We need to find a place. A place to call home. Ooh. All right. At least you don't bump it. That's good. Thank you, Wolfhart. It's, oh, nice dashboard. Dashboard posted some stuff in the build area. Ah, all right. Yeah, a little foggy though. We need darkness. Hello, darkness, my friend. Oh, that's a nice warp in. High temp. Chromatic fog. Bleak moon. Nice, all right. Well, jeez. A whole giant sphere. That would take me a month to do, I bet. Be 2 weeks for setup and another 2 weeks to decorate. Well, probably longer just due to the fact that, oh, wait a minute, what do we got here? You know, the glitch timing right now. Oh, I almost should. I haven't seen one of these in a while. And what a great view. Oh! Interesting. Stream temp. Don't mind that. Fire. Didn't even notice it was hollow. What's that over there? Wow, alright. You ain't kidding. Alright, let's see how long the storms last. I'm burning, I'm burning, I'm burning. Whoa, for real. (307°C). Wow, these storms last a bit though, don't they? Blurga, 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 blurga. Alright, this is kind of a bummer because this would be an interesting... I mean, I could definitely do something with that square interior, you know? And if we found a couple next to each other, it'd be even better. Alright, let's get out of here. We've seen enough. Too bad, because it's really great view and all right then. Thank you. Cool planet. Not what we're looking for. As the hunt continues. I think we've seen all three here, though, right? We didn't see the, we saw the bleak moon. We did not see the high temp planet, though. I don't think we need to. Alright, what do we got here? Paradise. Sometimes, you know, I haven't built on a paradise in a long time. Although, not saying I wouldn't, because I know with the new water and all the new graphics and flora, fauna, I'm sure something here would inspire me to do a resorty style thing. Language. Alright, what color do we have for the sky and everything? Let's see what the daytime looks like. Oh! An immediate veto. Nope. Sorry, that's not going to happen. Chromatic fog. Sure, we'll give it a shot. Wow, cool. Again, not what we're looking for. What's up with the lighting? Kind of interesting. What is lighting you? Yeah, something is... The lighting is weird. The lighting is weird. Right, chromatic. Paradise. Nuclear. There's something behind this one. There is. Nuclear. Wait a minute. Where'd you go? Where are you? Right, let's head this way, because there's a lot of planets jumbled together here, but not like some of those other ones we've seen that are smashed together. Which I really hope I find one of those one day. It'd be kind of neat. Excuse me. Dun, 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 dun. I'm not gonna like it, I can tell. Or the worst part is like it's the perfect terrain, but the colors are horrendous. You know. Example. Well, no, not perfect terrain, but no, that so far has eluded me. Although this terrain is pretty cool, and it has water, the coloration is not what I'm looking for. Another chromatic fog. Breached. Which one are the breached? We'll go take a look at it. Should we stop here on the way? We'll stop here on the way. Oh no, activated. Never mind. That answered that real quick. Excuse me. Magic elixir. I can usually tell, usually just from top side whether or not it's going to be what I need, but oh, breached is light fissure. Okay. Great atmosphere. Unfortunately, the light fissures are just, it's too much. You have to work around way too much there. All right. Next. And we usually do a couple of fly arounds and then go back to building. Glacial. Activated. Bountiful. Activated. Alright, we'll go check out Bountiful, but I know we probably will not be doing anything there. I don't like building in the crazy storm bits. There's only one person I know who enjoys that. Oh no, I can already see it. Color. Nay. Terrain, nay. That's a little bit much for no thank you. Alright, so What is there, only 2 planets here? There are only 2 planets here. Alright, we'll play roulette here. Planetary roulette. That's going to be cold. It's cold again. That could be anything great out there. Abandoned. Okay, good. Hoping for a good desert planet, but we'll see. Oh, good desserts. All right, let's go check. Please. And again, we will get back to building. Man, I wish those big giant cracks were actually big giant cracks. Plateaus or caves? Caves. Oh, yeah. Oh, hold on. What do we got? Ooh. Tolerable atmosphere. Little too not. Ooh. Wait a minute. What do we got here? We got multiple. All right, time for a little exploration. You can see through the terrain there. That's too bad. I always find these floating glob rocks interesting. All right, now, where's my ship? Whoa, over there. So this brings us into a whole different... Ooh. All right, the terrain here is neat. That's pretty cool. Bit dusty. I like this planet. Definitely has interesting formations. Of course, no hotspot. Alright, let's head back towards the ship. I like how this dumps out into this sort of thing here, though. Oh, you know it would be great. Wonder how we could do it, though. Hotspot, hotspot. Gonna be nowhere where we need it though. And it's an A class. Alright. Of course. Even something seems funny there, doesn't it? 145. 27. Here, it's in the most boring spot in the entire area. Good luck. And it's right on top of the thing that's going to constantly cause you issues. All right. Of course. Of course. But yeah, still not exactly what I'm looking for. But I like the terrain here. I like the caves. A little too bright and cheery for another build idea I have. Yeah, see, there's no field strength where we need it. %6 here. And probably none where I need it the most. 0%. Yep. Yep. That's what I thought. Yeah, the terrain in this place is great. All right, we'll keep we'll throw a base computer on here. Well, I don't want to clog up my. No, unless I find exactly what I'm looking for, there is no point right now. Yes, this is nice. What I build here, sure. But, you know, then I gotta sift through more. I might build here base computers. You know, it's got nice atmosphere. Got really great terrain. The hunt continues. Will it ever end? 19 quintillion chances. And I can't see a thing. Whoa, hey, how you doing? Yeah, can't see a darn thing. All right. Because our ship has no... Oh! Wait a minute. No, it's not a searchlight. It's a bloom off of my instrument cluster. Intense heat. Yeah, firestorm. Okay. All right, let's let this storm roll. This actually doesn't look... This looks promising. Except for the, you know, we got to deal with firestorms every once in a while, which just kind of sucks. Because it's not like you can pick a spot where this doesn't happen. It'd be nice, but... Alright, unfortunately we gotta wait for this to roll through so we can see what this looks like without it. And, you know, unfortunately we gotta see how long these things last, too, or the frequency of them as well. It's only 101.1 degrees Celsius, should be fine. What's that in, the Fahrenheit? Freaking hot. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. This is not fun. But, you know, with building, you kind of have to do this sort of thing, you know? Because the atmosphere and everything else will change once the the firestorms go away. So you got to see, and the color changes, and so yeah. But trying to build in this stuff is a pain. That's what I don't like about it. You know, you got to kind of either wait or build yourself into a thing. Wow. All right. These do take a bit, apparently. Oh, storm clearing. Hot, 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 hot. Hot, 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 hot. That's why they only have 2 feet. Less, you know. All right. But does it just always stay burning? I guess. Patches? All right. Well. Yeah, see how that light just changed like that? The lighting kind of abruptly did that weirdness. Oh no. Yep, we may be lucky here. Let's take a look. Not exactly, but we're pretty darn close. And this I could work with. Man, I wish I could find something like this without all the fire bits. B class, of course. Well, planet has potential. I haven't seen a daytime yet. Aside from, wall of flame detected. Great. We just got over one of those. This planet so far has held the best potential. That last one with the crazy, like, Swiss cheese caves was really nice, but... Can't see anything, though. Does this planet get a daytime? Whoa, hey. I can see I'm about to get on fire if I don't move. Everything just looks blurry. That's like something's off. Like, see, texturally, I don't know, something's off. See what I mean? Can you see it? Do you shit? See, that's the problem. Like when building in an environment like this, it's you don't. Oh wow. Oh, wait a minute. Does it always congregate on this? Oh, look at this. Oh, are you kidding me? Oh, tell me that's a thing here. Wait a minute. Yeah, we're going to be putting a base computer here regardless, I think. Well, that's kind of interesting. All right, we're starting to see some daytime. The only problem I see is all the shrubbery. I like what that's doing though. That is cool. We could probably create some sort of, mechanical thing out of that. But it doesn't happen all the time. All right, we're going to throw a base computer here. This is a potential site. I wish there was a good planet there, but you can't have everything. Well, when it's... Oh, nice. I like the daytime. That's kind of a bummer, that tear there. Alright, I'm going to drop a base computer on the other end. And if we have to, we'll just keep dropping. I'm also going to search for another, you know, another potential space. But I like how that tower thing, that tower of rock got... you know, had those little fire bits. Alright, but it's also surrounded by a bunch of weirdo tree bits. It's that thin, spiky style cave. I don't like these. They're boring. But I understand why, because you got all this stuff going on up top, so. Yeah, I think we can make something on this planet work. I think we might be able to do something interesting here. I will search for another spot, but for now, because of this bit here, I am going to drop the base computer here. I'm gonna snakeskin. Wall of flame. Yeah, it's pretty regular, unfortunately. That's my only kind of right now with this. But I'm digging the, you know, the caverns we're in. That is pretty cool. Sissier colony. Ah, perfect. Actually, I wanted to see if this... So it's going to be random when that happens. Ah. Okay, so now what I would need to do is mark off the spots that would potentially have this going on. One here. One there. One there. bit down here. I kind of wish a little bit more of it was on fire. Alright, that one went out. That one went out. Those two are still rolling. Or even if like different parts caught on fire at, you know, different times would be fine. Alright, we're down to these two. That spot right there. Yeah, working with the environment itself can be very challenging. I've done it before. I used to build flowers out of, you know, pre-existing flora. And then I used to build the egg in, you know, in other ones. All right, so that goes out completely. Man, these storms last a while, though, don't they? I wonder how much of the daytime, you know, nighttime cycle it eats up, too. I'm guessing at least one storm per, you know, solar cycle. All right, it catches on fire, goes away. Doesn't stay on fire even though the surrounding area does. It doesn't seem to relight or change, which I don't know yet until the next storm, but I don't know if we want to wait around for that. But you know, nothing else is burning. Oh, yeah. All right. So then again, here. Here. And here. Okay, so one side extinguished. All right. Yep. The stuff you got to do if you want to work with the environment. But see, again, like things, I mean, things just, the lighting seems a little weird. Alright, so it looks like this might be coming to a close. And then the next storm, you know, we look to see, you know, where other things might be. If it returns to the same spot, or is it procedural and it changes every time? Alright, so that's out. Now that side's out, but we still see fire on the ground, do we get another, you know, does another spot start to ignite? Yes, I know. Not the most fascinating stuff in the universe, but the things you gotta do to build wacky stuff. Alright, looks like the storm has dissipated. I wonder if there's any cave entrances along the edge. But we got floaty bits. Yeah, see, you can see that like tear in the yeah, you don't get a lot of daytime here, unfortunately. And then we do have the fire bits all the time. And that's also another thing, like we have the ones on the, you know, like these patches here. Is that always there? And are there more of these pillars in other sections? You know, I mean, again, if you're trying to figure out, well, I'm trying to figure out how do I incorporate these bits into the build so they don't just, you know, they don't just stick out like a sore thumb, you know what I mean? So how would I, you know, what is the purpose of building in this spot? Why would I choose to, you know? This could be an industrial thing. Oh, gotcha, Wolfheart. Yep. Your tutorial bit. Gotcha. You know, do I, you know, turn this into a mechanical thing, you know, where, you know, the fire becomes part of it, you know, shooting out of whatever. You know, is it a mining thing? Is it a energy source, or, you know, what is it? You know, why are we building in this fiery heck hole, you know? could do one of the stone builds. Yeah, we could bring in the these pieces here, you know, and create whatever with it. You know, so when things catch on fire, instead it's, you know, something like this. Do we do like more of this medieval style build, or, you know, or rock medieval-y bit? So then we wait again. I do on occasion, Wolfheart. You know, my old water gardens and, you know, the waterfalls that I did back. You gotta think back. Did a nice cave build once that got ruined by a terrain change. A biome change. See, but now it's just, okay, you know, waiting. And obviously we would try to do these better. Hey, Raven, welcome. Now we have to wait for the wall of fire. I could do something like that, yeah. Big collision on this, though, huh? I mean, we could probably get in a little closer if we, dug some bits in there. Oh, well, I hope your day improves. I've been having a couple of those weeks. My brain lost control of itself a few times. And work has been a nightmare. I'm just done with this job. Alright, so we get fire again. Here we go. Are we going to see it in the same spots, or is it going to move around? Let's find out. Alright, that's roughly in the same spot. Oh, got a new one. Yeah, I think it's going to be a procedural. Alright. So see, and this is things you have to do sometimes, and then you're like, that's not going to work, you know, because it'll be... Raven, I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work, but well, that's. I think those are original, aren't they? It might be. Nah, Raven, not really. I'm still, you know, not really taking any building too seriously right now. Um, yeah. Yep, this is procedural. Oh, yeah, it's close, but it's not. It's not exact. So whatever, you couldn't really do an exacting sort of thing. Okay. Okie doke. Well, now we know. I had a feeling, but I was hoping maybe, it was like specific dips in the rock that caught fire, but I think it's just random. But it is cool regardless. I wish I could. Yeah, I think it's just random spots. All right, no big deal. Yeah, it's never easy. That is for sure. Did we already look at the desert planet? We did, didn't we? Yeah. Hey, sound out there. Hey. Yeah, I mean, any relationship. And these days, it's not even. It's harder. Much more difficult. To. Yeah, it's hard to understand. I don't. Things have changed over the years, that's for sure. Ooh, we might have to take a quick little breather in a minute. Warm up my coffee. Ooh, uh, ooh. All right, I think we need to delete this and this. Don't want to, but I think we need to. And that, and this. Because this is a save, so I'm going to have to go through and delete a bunch of stuff. We haven't been underwater in a bit, but yeah, we know what we can do there now with that. It's use freighter parts or the other stuff. It's a similar mixture. You know, trying to just get things to line up. And a lot of it is just leveling out floor panels and finding a way to hide the railings. And, you know, that's pretty much the extent of that. And we definitely have some nice views and environments, but a lot of this is not what I was looking for to build with, you know what I mean? Okay. Where did you go? Oh. In the top corner. I used to seeing a different one there. Like, where is it? But yeah, I mean, the textures don't look like they should. Things just look blurry or shifted or a little off. You know, does it really make a difference? No. Yes, it makes a huge difference, by the way. But does it mean that you can't play and can't build? No. You know, play, build. And then hopefully they fix it and all of a sudden your build looks 10 times better than it did before. Or in this case, I think probably at least 50% better. In terms of, you know, the pieces making it look better. But, you know, it's also the lighting is a little weird lately and things are a little off, so. Anyway. Or we might have to start a whole new save. Oh, it's going to be a nightmare. Why am I doing this? Is there a reason? Oh, that's right. I'm not going there. I'm going here. I mean, I've already got what I need, but I'm just trying to see something here. And of course I can't see a thing. Alright, how centered is that? Good question. Not very, is it? Close. I mean, there is a way for me to center this, isn't there? Well, yes and no. All right. Wish there was an easier way to flatten out that and make it look nice. Alright, part of it is we would need to uh, figure out what this is going to be. Alright, I think I know how I can deal with this. And you're going to go where? Go that way. And that way. That gets you straight across to something. No worries, Wolf. Thank you. Alright, see, these need to come down a little bit. And it looks like about a full wall, so... Alright, let's redo that. Keep you there. Ooh. That might get a little tricky. Because I might not be able to get to it. Alright, what if we do... two of you instead? We need to be able to reach. If we screw that up, we're starting over again. That's better. Not perfect, but better. Yeah, see, we need to go up two more. Which would be the other wall. But that ends in a good spot here. And it's turned at a weird angle for that. I kind of want to incorporate some of these, but I don't know. You know, again, art style is different than we were used to. This comes up pretty close to that. That looks pretty good. At least with the ladders, you know, all you gotta do is move it and it removes it. And probably wouldn't be a bad idea to maybe flip one of them. But this could work for a bunch of things. And even just adding that bit, changes things. Pretty dramatically, if you will. And obviously, this we could turn into something and work off of that. Alrighty. Stuff. Yeah. Tons of things you can do with this game. And this. I'm just hoping sooner or later they will fix some of the things that need to be fixed. If only. If only. Come on. Don't even tell me you won't make a circle anymore, because that would be frustrating. Oh, I know why. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, I'm just wondering if, we could do something with that. Might as well work within the boundaries of what we got currently. And I think you could pass through that. Yeah, no problem. Okay, so and here we go again, base out of range. You know, no, it's not. But it says it is, okay? All right, I'm going to save it here because it's telling me that the base is out of range. Even though I know it is not. That's interesting. I like that look behind there. All right, let's see what happens. Now, if that's truly the case, my build should be out of range. But I have a feeling it is just fine. I'm just trying to see how to expand off of this, if possible. It'd be good for underwater right now, this sort of thing. I mean, we could tee this. We need new prefabs. Plain and simple. That's what needs to happen. We need something that's going to match our current build mechanic. How can I make this work? What can we do with this? Anything? Can we create something out of this? What can we do with this? Anything? Nothing? Something. Gotcha. Incredibly off balance there. Just trying to see how I would think about navigating it, you know, if you were to actually be within the bits. But I don't know if I like the fold over of that round onto that building there, which I still haven't finished, so I should probably work on that. Or we somehow connect the two. You know, this does land pretty decently here. You know, we could connect that, but I don't know. Not sure the best way to go about that, which actually would probably be more. As long as we keep this one down here, we're fine. Probably more of this sort of dealing. Don't even tell me you're not going to do that anymore, because I'll be angry if you don't. Alright. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Huh? You should have turned that into... Alright, that's wacky. What happened there? There we go. Everything but that. Kubara. Can almost live with that. But let me guess, you're gonna get interrupted by that. But that doesn't mean that we couldn't. But we don't like that. Decisions, decisions, decisions. Do we want these to be here? Not 100% sure I do. Not at the right height. But what if instead of doing that, yeah, we'd have to go up a little bit more with this. Looks like another short wall. We had 2 short walls on there before. Now we'll go for 3. Well, I like the other one better, to be honest. But sometimes you just gotta deal with it. Now I feel like that might be too high. Flurbandaber. But we still have the upper one because we left that alone. So if we did screw this up, which I kind of feel like we might have, but we'll find out in a minute. And actually, now I gotta remember how I even put that one in there. Actually, that's better. Oh, now, yeah, it's a little too high. All right, yeah, we'll play around with that. I'm sure it will be plenty interesting. All right, at least for now, just to add a little bit of light to it, make it look more building-like, and we can actually work off of this pretty well. Um, yep, I'd be calling. Is there anything underneath that? No, do we need that there? Mm, we'll leave it for now. And then, again, like these rooftops, the lighting on them is kind of, they didn't seem to add a whole lot. These dots, a couple of dots of light. And unfortunately, right now, the lighting doesn't work very well. Thank you, Wolfhart. I mean, a nice, easy way. I'm kind of curious what this would be. Now, these windows are the only ones you can remove without having to remove the entirety. At some point, if you wanted to get crazy, go nuts. And obviously, you could do anything. That will allow you to do it. But I promise nothing. Come on. Stop being such a pain these days. Why do you have to be such a pain in the rear? It's no good. I'm tired here. What the Forkenheimer? If you want to get frustrated, try building in No Man's Sky. Thank you. Jeez. Just spitballing right now, you know. What could we do here? Anything, something, nothing. Can we connect this in? How did you get here? All right. Thank you. All right, we might be able to do something with that. I will message you later, Wolf. Hopefully, if not, I'll get you tomorrow, but I will do my best to get back to you later. I am feeling I need to eat bits. And we've been going for a good 4 hours, so I think it's time we take a little breather. Pardon me. And get some chow. And I'm going to try to do some uh, some RoboCop uh, tonight. I'm going to do my best. I'm a little bit in discomfort here, so I will do my best. We'll see how I feel later. Um, but yeah, anyway, here's a couple of things we can figure out. I think this is what we'll work on tomorrow. Let's take that right out of there for now. And I think we can maybe do something with all this. And integrate it into, everything else we have going on. And I wanted to try to, we didn't want to go too much larger than this, but we can. We're going to have to actually spread it out a little bit or drop it down a little bit. Yeah. I'd want to flip this, obviously. Get a better pattern, etc., etc. Or we just flip it the other, the solid way. I mean, it's tolerable. Not really worried about it. We were more concerned we will go the wacky floor adjustment bits. But at least this way we can, start working off of that bit. And yeah, but all we would really need to do now is to throw a different, I mean, we have the circle down here. We can just drag it up. The thing is it's wider here. I like how this is working off of this bit. And then we can widen it out where we need, or just, send out, send out a hallway to then connect to a square room or a square style, build. And all of a sudden now you have, you could do, any number of things from this point on. It would just be up to your imagination. But you know where I'm going with it. And then just have your fun as usual. This might have to go down one more. No, it shouldn't. being a pain? No, you should be fine. Why are you being a pain? That might prove to be a little bit interesting, but getting the stairs or whatever in there, or we just bring it up a little bit. But I would prefer to go down. But you see where I'm going with this. It does, and it doesn't even have to make sense. You don't even have to get in there. It just could be a way of working off of this point. All right, and I think that is going to be that for today. We will be back tomorrow. We're going to be doing some R&D with Enra. Not sure what's going to happen there, but that should be interesting. And then Tuesday, we are going to do our remembrance stream, I guess is the better way to say it. And I will be building a kaleidoscope. I haven't built one in a little bit. Or I'm going to rework the one that I already did for Zoo. Which I have a feeling I might just rework that one and modernize or freshen up that one. And like I said, I'm considering kind of doing that as a, maybe a yearly thing. We'll try to, and these things don't snap for squat either, by the way. Look at this. It's a pain. But, all right. I have babbled enough. Took a minute, but I think we can do something with this, or at least something. Oh, no worries. Thank you, C-Star. My pleasure. Give it a little bit more oomph as a building, because that's sort of what we're trying to do here, is make this look like a building. Although, as opposed to just the antenna or whatever it is. So, all right, y'all. If you ever have any questions, please feel free to ask in chat. I'm more than willing to try and help. If you ever wonder how I did something, again, just ask. I'm more than happy to try to figure it out again or show you. But yeah. All right. It is Sunday. Let's see if I know anybody on right now. Doing anything cool? Well, Zane's World. Zane's going. Yep, looks like Zane. I don't remember how I have Zane in here. I think it's... I think it is... Or is there an E on there? There's an E on there, isn't there? Yeah, there is. That would make sense. Yeah, so check out Zane if you'd like. Looks like he's doing some No Man's Sky stuff. I don't know how we have him put in. Is it Zane's? Let's try. And also, I had a OBS update today, and I have a feeling that the Streamlabs might not be working today. Or the Streambot. Let me take a look here. Let me take it off here because you should go check out Zane. Let's see if CloudBot was on or off. Let's see here. CloudBot. No. Was on, so at least that's technically working. But I don't know why none of these are going. But all right, well, if you don't know Zane, get on to Zane's World, properly spelled at the bottom, the third attempt there. Check Zane out. He's awesome. Been in the community a long time. Great human being. So until next time, which is tomorrow morning, same time, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, this has been me, Kevin C. here at Action Pants Gaming, wishing all of you out there in the No Man's Skyverse a little bit of love, peace, and Starship Grease. Get your Action Pants on. Get out there. Start building some wild and wacky stuff. All right, y'all. We'll see you soon. Bye, everybody.
Action Pants Gaming. Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. Laid back. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing parts together. Throwing parts. Crafting all night. Get ready to build. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing pots together. Crafting all night. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right.